Okay, good afternoon, gents. Hope all's well. How you doing, Dave? How you doing, pal? Speedy, how you doing, buddy? So hope everyone is alive and kicking. So not a bad day yesterday. Got one nice trade over my accounts. So all good. So you may notice on my chart that I've just removed this one-click trader. Now, it is a good piece of software, but I'm finding I'm just not using it. And earlier on, I accidentally clicked a button on here and it opened a trade. Fortunately, I cancelled it before it triggered. So I don't know, it's just dawned on me. I'm not a massive fan that all I've got to do is click a button on here and it'll open a trade. I like the fact that I've got to right click, go to where I want and open it. So I've just removed it actually, which is a shame because it's a good piece of software, but I'm finding I'm just not using it. And if it's just sat there, it's only a matter of time before I click something by accident and cause myself a problem. So if I'm not using it, I'm just removing it from my chart. So, Roll Daddy, how you doing, bud? What's up, traders? Rodian, how are you? JP, good morning. Stefan, good afternoon. So let's see how we get on today. So we had that massive big gap, didn't we? Now, I'm not sure what caused that, but something obviously did. It gapped down 5, 10, 15, 20, just under 20 points, I think, which is quite unusual. We don't often see that. We do see the odd drop from time to time, but nothing quite like that. So I didn't look last night. I didn't notice till earlier on. Credit downgraded the US. Okay, so that would make sense then, wouldn't it? And see, the strange thing is we had that push up, didn't we? And I thought it tries to fill that gap. Okay, so I got you. Okay, so that would make sense. Well, another thing then is, so I noticed when we had the drop and I looked at cryptos and Bitcoin had a bit of a pump. That's usually how it works. So I've just heard rumours and one or two things are saying they think Bitcoin's going to take a bit of a dive initially. So I got quite a large, not a huge amount of H-bar. I've been reading a lot about H-bar lately. So I thought I'll sell my H-bar and put an order in maybe 10% lower. And I sold my H-bar and literally within 30 minutes it shot up 5%. So I haven't got a lot in there. I've got about, I think there's about £450 in there or something. So it's not a lot really. But if you look at H-bar, it's just got a massive spike. So that's just my luck, that is. But I don't know. It's been struggling to get above 30,000 again, and I hear lots of people saying that they think it's going to. A lot of institutional guys are waiting for a bit more of a dip, and some of the sort of better traders, the more successful traders I sort of follow, are talking about Bitcoin maybe coming down to 25,000 again. So it's just my luck, that is. I sell something and literally within minutes it just has a 5% spike. But now, well, shit happens, doesn't it, as they say. So Stefan, how you doing, bud? JP, yep, so hello to you. Brick, how you doing, bud? Okay, so market is about to open just under a minute. So I would have said we may, mind you, you just don't know, do you? The thing is, so if the value of the dollar is dropping, because I get paid in dollars, what is the dollar to the pound at the moment? It's usually around about 125 to a pound, which means I'll earn less. That's the downside to it. So GBP to dollar, a little bit, 127. Yeah, see, the higher it goes, the more dollars I get, the less I earn, really, when I get paid from Apex. But there we go. Thomas Payne, greetings. How are you, mate? How you doing? Okay, market is open. Let's see if we recover this. I thought we were going to then when we had that little push up. Maybe I thought a leg and then another leg. You'd think it would fill that. It usually does pretty quick, but so not very clear really this morning or overnight. So we've had this little channel down by the looks like it. We've had what they call an overshoot there and a bit of a break and sort of a couple of legs down. It does look like it's starting to bottom here, so whether we'll push up or not, I don't know. So let's see. Everything's working okay. Okay, let's see how we get on today. Haven't you recently increased your debt ceiling? I thought you'd recently increased your debt ceiling, which means you wouldn't have thought it would be downgraded. I'm assuming it's downgraded. What is it? Downgraded your credit rating? Is that what you mean? I think it is. Okay, so that worked. I didn't think it was going to then for a minute. It seemed to be holding. See if there's anything bigger working here. It's a bit too early yet. Okay, leg. So that leg, well, there's two legs there. That's played out. We've had a bit of an overshoot. I don't know, you may call it an overshoot. I don't know. It's a break anyway. Stroke overshoot. So let's see if we get any sort of downward today. I mean, up until there, I think that was probably, oh no, up here maybe this year's high by a mile, wasn't it? Which is, what is that, 635, somewhere around there, 46.35. So if we had that gap down, maybe we are going to do some downward stuff today, let's see. If that's the case, that would take us down here. Alf, what's the lowest liquidity we've got? Strong at 60, which is here, and the lowest I can see is about 45.50, which is down here, which is close to that measured move. So maybe we're going to have a leg and a leg. Who knows? It's just a bit too early to tell, really. But we do seem to be having a leg down with a couple of legs up, and then maybe, who knows? Exponential trader. Good day to you, mate. It's all right. I can't. There's a blooming icon at the end of the first comment which I can't see. So I don't know why it's there. I see Lance and all. Yeah, how you doing, bud? So I hope everyone had a good day yesterday. It was all right for me. Got one nice trade in. I've just got to try. I'm trying to focus on that really good quality setup and just leaving the rest of the crap, because I'm still sort of, I still seem to be having a good day and an average day. So I'm just trying to really focus on just waiting for those solid trades. You can't tell someone enough how strict you need to be. Good luck for us today, Lance. Stay sharp. Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate that, mate. Yeah, stay sharp is a good word. That's what you need to do. Yeah, so I'm just trying to really focus. All I really need is one trade. If you can get one solid trade a day, I don't know, for a point and a half, 2 points, you can make a lot of money. There's no argument there. I mean, you times that by multiple accounts. I mean, you may think, oh, 2 contracts, $200, not a lot of money. You times that by 10 contracts, it's $2,000 a day. 10 accounts, and you can have 20 accounts. So the potential's there. It's just trying to forget the sort of the bigger picture and concentrate on the here and now, isn't it? Just find those solid trades. When I first started to learn to trade, Andrew Lockwood, a British trader, said to me, focus on the trades and not the money, and the money will follow, I guarantee it. But the trouble is, we hear these stories about people withdrawing this, people withdrawing that, and sometimes it gets in your way, doesn't it, really? So let's see if we have got anything bigger working here. In fact, let's get rid of that for now, because it's just clouding the picture. Yeah, it's a bit early, really, isn't it? We need some more touches of this. Maybe there's something down there. No, let's leave it for now. It does look like something's working, but obviously we needed to. I daren't put a bigger channel on there. I'm going to get told off otherwise, like yesterday. But this seems to be working in here. We started here. We're getting multiple touches within, and that looks like a bit of an no issue in a push up, but it is starting to look bearish. I got to say, it'd be interesting to see if we do get out of this bottom and make a new low for the day. I mean, usually when we get these gaps, we usually fill them pretty quick, but it tried there and it just wouldn't allow, would it? And then all of a sudden, we dropped another, so what was it, sort of 5, where are we up here? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, the best part of 40 points. So, I mean, that is pretty bearish, isn't it? We've had a couple of pushes up. We tried to get back. The reason I'm starting to draw these lines just where there are areas of support and resistance, and you can clearly see it working there, can't you? And I'm just putting them there just out of interest. It might just help me if I'm taking a trade into them. It might just help me think twice. Rhodian, I just made 6 ticks on 11 accounts. Good for you, mate. That's $814. Happy days. The copy is amazing. Which one are you using? The Replicanto. Gotta say, I don't get any problems with it. None. I think I had one. It was a few months ago, because I remember Nick phoned me. My phone started buzzing, and there was one left in here. But apart from that, I don't think I've had any other problems, and I've been using it, I think, about 4 months. Oh, Apex. Okay, good on you, mate. If it works, then great. I say if it's not broke, don't fix it. So if it works for you, well, I will say I get better luck with them on limit orders. The latency is gone. Let's have a look. The latency is gone. Oh, you mean there's no gap? It's real time, yeah. I thought you meant it finished. I switched over from normal because you've got 3 settings, stream latency settings: normal, low, and ultra low. And I was on normal, but I had your feed used to be about 30. Yeah, it's up to, I think it's a couple of seconds now. I think I had on Monday morning. I had gigabit fiber. So my upload speed has gone from between 11 and 13 megabits per second to over 900. So it's rocket quick now. So by the time I've asked a question, you'll be answering it. So it does make a difference. At least we can chat about trades real time then. So yeah, so all good. So it's like a rocket at the moment. So yeah, so good. What did I miss up there? Brandt, how you doing, pal? On very rare occasions, Mac draws a channel with a break. On very rare occasions, Mac draws a channel with a break, but the channel continues to respect after the break. Yeah, I know what you're saying, mate. You're talking about this, aren't you? I hate it when you get those things. So you're on about something like that, aren't you? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we'll get a break and we'll make a new low, and then obviously we'll just keep on going down. And based on obviously what's happened overnight, then yeah, I know what you're saying, mate. I think it's okay to do that, isn't it? Let me just get rid of that little one. Yeah, because the trouble is with that thing, like it's like a red herring, isn't it? It's just in the way. Unless the way this is coming out, it might join the dots. You never know. So what have I missed? It's gone. You'll think, yeah, it's much better now. Much better now. Lance, did you look at the NQ? Did I look at the NQ? Easy money in on the open. I haven't, mate. I have played around with it, but not this week. What I've tried to do this week is get away from the charts, because my wife has said to me, look, you're spending the mornings looking at charts, you're trading in the afternoons, after tea you're going back to the charts, you need a break from it. It's been affecting me sleep a bit. I'm seeing charts in my bloody sleep. I get a bit obsessive. So what I'm trying to do is I'm sort of marking up my chart at the end of the day, then I'm setting my new stream and I'm shutting down, and I'm just trying to have a bit of a break in the evening. I do get a bit obsessive about things, and my wife says you're going to run yourself into the ground if not. So, okay, so we've had that channel down, we've had a break, and we've had a bunch of pushes down, so this might be it pushing up, or it might be a break and come down. Just because we've had one break and it's come lower doesn't mean we can't have another one, I suppose, does it? Hesse, my friend. We have some intense debates, me and you, don't we? And that's all right. I'm all right with that. 6 seconds. It's 6 seconds in here in Australia. Okay, that's not too bad. 6 seconds is not a lot, really, is it? So that's good. Mind you, a long way away. It's got to go all the way around the world, isn't it? So down channel, proper wider. Well, I've been just looking at it, put it that way. I was looking at it like that, and then that is probably okay now. And then Brant mentioned, which I agree with, a lot of the times Mac will draw a chart with a breakout of it. So I don't think it's a debate. Well, at least personally, I don't think it's a debate. Well, at least personally, it's a debate. I'm not 100% sure what you're saying there, mate. What I'm saying is we have some fun, intense disagreements sometimes, but that's okay. That's okay. So, well, it's hard to say, isn't it? Normally, you would go off the first sort of. I mean, I started here, and then we had a bit of a. But these things are open for interpretation sometimes, aren't they? But not necessarily. It could be something like that. We've had this channel down, we've had a break, and we've had a pushes down to a new low. Now, this could be pushing out. So you can interpret this. That's the thing about trading. You can interpret this in so many different ways. Brant mentioned a lot of the times Mac draws a channel with a breakout, and he draws it, and I agree. He does. I've seen him do that. So I think it's okay to do that, because just because a channel's had a break doesn't mean it's going to make a new low and reverse. It can just continue down. Now, if we have another push out here, then yeah, obviously we can maybe do something like this, and that kind of works. But there's a lot of, that's what I mean. That's the trouble with trading. That's why it takes so long, because it's not straightforward. You can interpret it. It does occasionally, but not often. Yeah, he's definitely done it. I've seen him do it myself. And when you mentioned that, I sort of I drew that like that, and actually that looks pretty good. But the trouble is, if you draw that like that, let's say this is a first break, okay? Now I Hesse, yeah, you say the channel's wide, okay? So let's do it like this. So now that could push up, have a couple of legs, and come down, but if you draw it like this and just say maybe you focus on this channel, we've had a break and a few pushes down to a new low. So now it may reverse up. So you can, there's so many different ways you can interpret this. So, okay, let's put it like this. And let's say, okay, we've had a break. So, leg and leg. So let's see if it comes, that's what I mean. It can come down, fast fell, second entry, missed it. Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of this, mate, because one, it could be a break and a new low because it's looking quite bearish. And also, if you look at that, I really wouldn't be taking that into these highs. I'm not saying it's not going to work, but that's what I mean. It depends. Our bar's different. Okay, let me just reload my historic. Depends how you draw this channel, what you're expecting there. And that's a leg up there, and there's another leg. So that looks like two measured legs, yeah? Now, it could now come down, so it's up for interpretation. That's why trading's so difficult. If it was straightforward, it would be a lot easier, but that's what I mean. The safest bet, really, is how I had that initially. That looks like a little channel. Yeah, we've had a break, and we've had a new low, and it's continued down. So normally then you may say, okay, well, let's open it up a bit. Okay, so that kind of doesn't look too bad. You could have it like that, or you could say, okay, we've had a break, but it's just continued down. And at some point, that to me looks like it's bottoming. But if you draw it like that, and you would say we've had a break, now you may expect a new low. And the picture I'm seeing is it's bearish at the moment. We've had a leg, a couple of legs up, and it looks like another leg. So that's why I wouldn't want to be going along there. It's obviously clearly made it, but it's just there's some clear resistance there. So going along there would just for me would be a little bit a little bit scary. I think your first channel with the fake breakout was correct. So you think like that, yeah. So that is proof in the pudding. There's about 4 different opinions here, and that's why trading is so difficult, because if you have a wider channel like Hesse mentioned, the wider channel, I'm assuming you would be saying that now after that break you would expect a new low. But if you draw it like that, we've already had a break and a new low, and you wouldn't necessarily expect it to make a new low, so it could then push up. But that's why it's up for 2. Let's see what happens here. This is interesting because we've had 2 legs up. There's a lower high there, so let's see here. I didn't know whether it made traps and traders here, but that's what I mean. It's up for interpretation. But I tend to, for me personally, like to assume the worst. I like to assume it's had a break and it may not come down, because sometimes I get that focused in it making a new low after I end up getting trapped. Okay, leg and a leg. So let's see what happens here. So if it is like that, then you would expect it to come down. And there's no reason why it can't be. But I just like to assume if it is like that, then it could go up. But if it isn't, it's one of those things. I think the first channel with a fake break, yeah, it's a bunch of stuff. I think sometimes you're better off assuming we've had a break, because straight away then you're not automatically looking for a short. And I've got into these trades before, being okay. We've had this break and a new low. So I'm waffling a bit now, but if I have it like that, sometimes I'll be looking for a short here, and it may not happen. A lot of times it'll trap inexperienced traders, and it'll end up pushing up. So I like to assume that we've had a break and a new low. It doesn't mean it can't continue down, but I like to assume that I'm not always looking for a low. Okay, so there's a failure there, and it does look like a little channel, but that's what I mean. It could be a trap. So what I suggest is everyone draws their own channels the way they believe them to be draw. Obviously, Mac's the main guy, isn't he? So we learn from Mac, we watch his videos, we look at his charts, and then we make our own decisions. But I've seen experienced traders, I've seen Mac put in charts, put in channels that the likes of Daniel or Marco haven't, and vice versa. So you can really interpret them slightly different. Either way you draw the channel, you'd be expecting prices to move lower. Absolutely. But what's making me nervous is we've pushed back into here and we're getting some odds looking candles, so it might come down. But yeah, I mean, you could do a bunch of things here, but I tend to assume the worst, that it may not automatically come down, because I've done it before and I've been that focused on trying to get into something that looks like a half decent bar, and all of a sudden it's rocketed up and trapped me, an inexperienced trader, and a bunch of others at the same time. So I always, and it might very well be slightly wider, but I just like to sort of, assume the worst. Ugh, cold tea. Okay, so this may trap some longs. So we've had a leg up. That looks like a measured move to me. Bearish bar. We've had a couple of legs down, back into this little bit of a range here. So you see that bar there? That was a failure, yeah? Let's say you move that out of the way, okay? A little bit of congestion here. So we've had a push down, try to go once, twice, failure. Triggered. Pushed up, stopped out. Now, there'll have been traders thinking, oh, yeah, let's put it like that. And it fits, and it might well be. Channel down there. Oh, 2 legs up. Now it's coming down bearish. Yeah, excellent. I don't know about the lower high. It's above the EMA. Oh, there you go. Failure. 1 tick off its low. About almost as bearish as you can get. Oh, yeah, okay, we're pushing down. Let's drop an order in here. It triggers you, pushes up, stops you out. So I like to assume the worst, that we've already had a break in a new low. That will keep my mind open to the fact that we may not come down. I'm not saying we're going to. It just might be a crap bar. I'm not saying we're going to come down, but As an inexperienced trader, maybe a year ago, I may have taken that bar thinking, oh, leg, we're coming down because of, but I like to assume that we may not come down. That just helps me keep my eyes open. Now there's a leg down, there may be another leg down, so we'll see. Leg. Hesse, yeah, bars better, mate. Are they more like yours now? Yeah, so it's just looking a bit precarious here, isn't it? A little bit congested here. It's hard to know whether we're going to go up or come down. We've had two legs up, clearly we've come down, and we're going a bit sideways again, almost. In that same... Let's move that up a fraction. Yeah, almost sort of like that. So it could do either one things. By the look at that bar and the way we've had a pullback, I would say we're more likely to come down, just by what I'm seeing. And with the overall being bearish. But me drawing it like that, with having a break and coming down, would just remind me that, whoa, let's just make sure I'm making the right decision here, because we may potentially have had a break. So liquidity, still down at 60 and lower, and there is some at 70, so it could do a bunch of things here. I'd say from what I'm seeing, leg up, leg down, leg down. A lot of times we'll have a leg down, go sideways, and we'll have another leg down here. Same there, push up, little bit of sideways, push up. So for me, I'd say it's likely to come down. But I'm not getting into this. Experience over the last couple of years has taught me when it's doing this, just stay the hell out. Okay, we broke below there. Let's see what happens now. See how far we get down. Interesting. I think this will trigger and stop out personally. It's triggered. I thought that's going to get stopped out personally. I might be wrong. It is a second entry if you look at this. But that's what I mean. Depends on whether you think we've already had a break in a new low. But just with what I'm seeing, a leg, a bit of sideways and another leg, I'd say it's more likely to come down. Interesting. Okay, now there's a failure there. Do I want to take that? Tempting. New high, try go once, try twice, second entry long triggered. Nothing for us, no. Interesting, I wasn't expecting that. I thought that would trap out them longs. Second entry long, new high, try go once, try go twice, failure, triggered. I thought that was coming down there for sure. Just goes to show, doesn't it? Sometimes you can get that focus on going short. I thought when that triggered, that is a perfect opportunity for traders to trap the longs, especially when we broke above it and we started to look bearish. I thought for a second, there's a failed second entry long. Nice failure because there's obviously going to be traders taking that a trap, but it just goes to show, see, maybe it's not going to come down or not yet. I didn't expect that. I mean, the overall's looking bearish, and if you draw that like that, then you would say, okay, we've had a break, now let's go low. We may be, but as I mentioned earlier, I always like to just assume we've already had a break if there is a possible break, which we could have had. So I'm quite surprised there. So maybe it'll hold. I thought that was a perfect opportunity to trap the longs and have a nice failed second entry long, which would have been if it had worked. Yeah, I just can't remember last summer being like this. You know, the thing is, as you progress as a trader, you like to think your trades get more and more particular. So perhaps the market hasn't really changed. Perhaps just I've changed. Perhaps I'm taking, looking for higher quality setups, maybe. We could move up. Starting to look like it's possible. At the moment, prices are being held by the EMA in the midline, so it's hard to know. We could get, it almost looks like a little channel growing there and maybe something else. I thought that opportunity to trigger that and go short was an ideal opportunity if you're going to go down. So maybe we're not. Could get a breakout here. Leg up, little berg. Could be a small channel there. There you go. I don't know why I'm bothering drawing it. I don't think it matters now. Oh, bearish. Very bearish. What do you do? Does it trigger and push up? I thought if it was going to come down, that would be the ideal opportunity. But I don't know. Maybe things are just taking time. When we had this leg down, I thought we were coming down for sure. At least to the measured leg. Okay, I think we could probably extend this bottom line now. Okay, touch, 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 touch. Okay, that's not too bad. What about that one? Lower high of the triple test. Yeah. Trouble is the way that I'm just not a fan of going right in the middle here. That second entry long off the bottom, when that triggered, I thought that was an ideal opportunity if we were going to go down, but it never did. So that just started to make me question: are we coming down? It's hard to say. You're in two, are you? I'm not a fan of taking them right in this, especially when there's only literally, 3.5 points. I think with that second entry long there, that was the opportunity to go down. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. There's just not much room to the lows there. 4 ticks, yeah. So what's the bar? 3, 2.5 point, tick below. So it's a 3-point risk for a point. It's quite a chunk. I'm just not a fan of trading in such a tight range. And you guys know I've said multiple times I'm not a fan of picking tops or trading in such a tight range. For me, I was surprised with that second entry long off the bottom, the way it triggered and then started coming down bearish. I thought, okay, this is our way down. We've triggered some longs and it's a failure. Once it gets below there, it's going to take out any longs and that'll push us down to the measured move. Can't go through that support thing. Yeah, it's I don't know. I can't get into anything at the moment. How far did that go? So well, you'd have got 2, yeah, you'd have probably squeezed 2 points out of it. Trouble is, it's a big risk. It's a 3-point with a tick above, tick below for a point. Strange. We had an opportunity, the new low, to push down there, and it never took it. Second entry long triggered, started to come bearish. Another opportunity to go down. Unusual. WWPH with the penguin too. He takes a minimum 1-to-1, so none of this is any good for him really. I mean, if he'd have taken that, he'd have to come down here. But I have heard him say he avoids trades unless he doesn't think he can comfortably get 1-to-1, so he wouldn't be involved in this. Yeah, I mean, it's too choppy. I like the abbreviation, Robin. I looked at that and I thought, what am I reading here? I'm thinking, was that WF? WTF? I mean, it's certainly, I don't know, with that leg down, I'd expect another leg down. But the fact that we broke out and pushed straight back in strong, and the fact that the shorts didn't take hold of that surprised me. So perhaps it's just going to go a bit more sideways before it makes its mind up. But it's had two, what I think is two good opportunities to go short there. But there we go. Change the name of your channel to an animal. Yeah, I've had a few of them before. Gorilla Panda, someone said, we had a conversation about this a few months ago. Someone said, was it the lion or something? Being British. Like the Tasmanian devil actually would be that bad. Sometimes I feel like screaming. Okay, come on. You've got the opportunity to come down now. Twice we've come out of this. I mean, maybe at some point we might drop that, but at the moment we've got a touch there, touch there, touch there, touch there, touch there, touch. So that's as good as we've got at the minute. But it's I thought really after this it wouldn't come down. Then we had another opportunity to come down and was struggling. It might work this once it gets below. If anybody did go along there, their stop's probably going to be below there, but that might be the one. There we go. It was certainly looking like it. Leg down, a little bit of sideways, leg down. Be interested to see whether it touches it and reverses or whether it does make this new low. But I've got into trades like that before now, and I'm not brilliant at picking tops. I'm not that confident either. I like a little bit of distance between the top and bottom, and there's not 4 points there. There's maybe three and a bit points there, 3.5. In fact, that's a bit shorter, so I think we've hit that. Let's have a look. Yeah, we've hit that, so it'd be interesting to see if we do make a new low. I mean, you would have thought so because the picture is generally bearish. Whether it'll continue that way or not, I don't know. But we've had this big push down, a couple of legs up, and another push down, a couple of legs. So in fact, so we've had this leg down, haven't we? We've had a couple of pushes up. I would say this is the one that should take us down. You would think so. Okay, there's our new low there. Well, new low from this. Okay, so that measured move's played out. I mean, this could even be a leg and a leg. So what, let's remove that for now. So we've had like a couple of legs down, a couple of legs up. So whether this is a leg or this for me looks like a leg down, a couple of legs of correction, another leg down. So what I'll be inclined to do is to do that and follow it down from there, which would take us down to 45. And there is a chunk of liquidity there. So trouble is, the way that had a couple of opportunities to break out and didn't take them, I did wonder whether it would. Hey Edward, how you doing, pal? How you doing? Our bottom overnight lows are here, so whether we'll get through them without a pullback, who knows? But if we get a pullback, a decent second entry short, I think that's something that would interest me. But it's got to be tight to here because if you don't get them tight, I've messed up a few times. I took one the other day, but to me, that's a leg down with a couple of legs correction and another leg. But I would expect maybe something like this, push down and then incorporate something. So we'll see. So this could be our push up. It's hard to know how bearish this is going to be with this news. Gap down, we could end up really low today, couldn't we? We could end up taking quite a swan dive. Okay, this looks like we might get a bit of a break. Let's see. Depends how bearish it is, really, doesn't it? We had similar there. A bit scrappier looking with the wicks, but we had sort of like a leg, didn't we? And then we had a break. I choked up, entered short at 15,600. How about 45.64 about here? Got out quickly. Trouble is, Brick, you'd never know it's going to do that. I expect it to come down some more, but you never know you would get a quick push like that. It's just hard to say. With hindsight, it's easy, isn't it? But you never quite know. Sometimes you're better off just to get your points. Obviously, your runners are for the... That's interesting. Your runners are for the where you can sit and hold and let them run a bit without, the fear of them. But your scalp, really, you want to get that. Yeah, and sometimes it does drop and you think, what if? But that's just one of those frustrating things about... You can see these big moves and you don't get in on them. Took that. Second entry short, got 6.5 on the runner. Good for you, mate. That one there, yeah, I'm assuming. You took that one, did you? That one there. So you must have left your runner up here then, because it obviously came back, didn't it? Before it went down. See, my experience of these, a lot of the time, it'll go sideways, and usually it'll hold, because a lot of the times where I've got in trades up here or here, and I've got out for a tick or minus a tick, and usually it'll go down. But that's where you've got to hold your nerve, isn't it? And that's where, nice, healthy accounts, if you count, it's got a nice bit of money and healthy, and one loss isn't going to disrupt your momentum a bit. Yeah, I had a downtrend drawn, and it looks a lot nicer. You got one here, have you? That's unusual. Yeah, it's hard to know what's going on now. Let's see if there's something you can incorporate. It's possible. Whether there's maybe a spiking channel of some sort. Let's draw them from the top, see if that helps. Okay, so yeah, maybe there's something like that. Yeah, it's possible there's something. What I will say is at the moment we've had this couple of legs of correction, and it looks certainly like we're getting another leg. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get back for the to the EMA there. There was a little bit of sideways stuff. Thought you might push up. Now, these are the trades I kind of like. If we'd have got up to the EMA, I'd have traded that on not only a leg down, a break, 2 legs up, but a fell break out the range here. So that would have been quite nice. If you can get a second entry long up here, you can trade it as a fell break out of this in the right direction, which it would be. And then obviously a break, 2 legs up, and a second entry long. So that it's a shame we didn't get up there, because that would have been really nice. The downtrend, yeah. King forgot to say SY. Yeah, that's frustrating. Now, at some point, I think we are going to have to start looking at a bigger channel. See how low this gets first, because it may be a really bearish day. If we can get close to this measured leg and then maybe retest this bottom and continue down, then that's where I think I'll start looking for a bigger channel. I don't think there's nothing up here. Would you go from the top there? It's possible. Trouble is, it's a bit too big that to have any sort of real credence. You're done for the day, not giving profits. I don't blame you, mate. Good for you, Stefan. I'd be interested to see how Mac's marked this, actually. I don't think we'll have anything from Mac yet. Whether he's incorporated this into something. We certainly look like we're coming down, but obviously we've got this big bit. So maybe there is something starting from here. I'd have preferred to get a bit closer to that, but you could still say that works. So I think it's likely that we are going to have something like that. I tend to not draw them, the larger ones straight away, but it does sort of seem like it's working, doesn't it? Leg down, another leg down. Let's leave it for now. Touch here. You class that as a touch. But maybe... That's what I mean. Maybe it is a bit of a spike in channel. Be interested to see where this comes to. So, in fact, let's put that there. And we know it's come to there. So I'm going to get rid of this for now. I tend to just leave a bit. But if it gets down to about this area, you would say that that would be then the bottom of the channel, somewhere around here. So let's see what happens. Yeah, I'd say if you can get yourself a couple of points on the from a trade in the current climate, I'd say get you 2 points and go home, finish for the day. Especially if you're on your PA accounts. 2 points in today's markets is what I would say is a good result. Now, obviously, going back a year or so ago, you could have got a few a day relatively easy. There was a lot more setups, but there isn't at the moment. And the reason I didn't take that is just because we're in here at the moment and I'm taking it sort of nearly 2/3 to the bottom, and I just want something just a little bit more secure. So what I'm going to do for now, I'm just going to connect these two tops and just see how this falls, where this gets to, if it does. So I'm just going to leave that like that at the moment. So we seem to be getting something sort of connected at that. Now whether it'll do at the bottom or not is hard to say. I've got two nice trades on the NQ. 78 points. Not here for a few. Yeah, 78 points on the NQs. What is that about? I don't know what that equates to. Also depends what time frame. If you're doing the 2000 tick chart, I don't know, what is it? Is it 2.5 times? Yeah, so if you do go from NQ to what's it, you've got to get used to the point system. This is I find this pretty straightforward. Okay, so we've made a new low for the day. So 10 points is $200. Yeah, okay, that makes about sense. That makes about right. $20 a point. Yeah, okay. So mind you, if you got 70 odd points, you've done well. How many points did you say? 78. Nice. $200. Yeah. So what are you, about $1,500? Not bad at all, mate. Not bad at all. I love hearing people do. You know, sometimes you'll get people showing what they've earned and that on some of the Facebook groups, and they get slaughtered. I love hearing about people making money because it gives me hope. Not only does it give me hope, it gives me the confidence if I start earning that sort of money, the Apex are going to pay me. I love hearing about people doing well. I do. As far as I'm concerned, if you've earned decent money out of this business, you got my respect, because I know how tough it is. 3 accounts. It's nice. Yeah, absolutely. That's the key, building your accounts. And hopefully come September, when a lot of the rich boys come back to work, we should get some more volume, and fingers crossed, some more setups. Okay, so new low for the day. So if we're going to just get back to the EMA, then come down a bit, who knows? I'm just going to copy that and paste it for now. Sling it this side. I don't want it officially yet because it might not work. The trouble is, if I do something like that, I might get slaughtered from you guys. So we'll see. It's possible. That's all I'm saying. So Hesse, don't give me any grief. Something like that, anyway. Certainly fitting on that top. It'd be nice to get down to the bottom and. Interested in reversal patterns here. If it forms reversal patterns. I'm a bit on the fence here because everything's looking bearish to me. So I see what you're saying. You're on about that bar there. Yeah, I just can't bring myself to take longs just at the moment. What's happening here? Because things are looking bearish. Obviously, we know the day started bearish, don't we? Because we gapped down about 20 points or whatever it was. And we struggled. We had a good push to get back, but then it just tanked again. We had a couple of legs up, and it's looking pretty bearish at the moment. So we're down about, what, 50 points from more or less where we opened. So I can't go long just at the moment. That's not to say it's not going to go up. I mean, if you know what you're doing and you're confident in what you're seeing, I'm sort of improving on reversals when we've had a break and a new low. I'm noticing a bottoming pattern. This type of thing to me is a bottoming pattern. And I like it then when we get sort of like a second entry short and it triggers and moves up, because that tells me we are pushing up and we're trapping the shorts here. So I'm starting to take more and more of those, but this type of thing, we've just come down and we've just pushed up. So it could be just, I mean, that one, it may trigger above there and work down again. But things are looking bearish at the moment. So yesterday was ugly. See, it depends what sort of day you have. I had a nice trade yesterday. I had 2.2 points over my PAs. So for me, it was an okay day. There's certainly less volume and it's certainly slower, but you know, if you get a trade, I suppose you'll consider it as a good day. But it's certainly been tough lately. Fell second entry short above the EMA. That one there. I'd have preferred that to trigger though, because the fail second entries tend to work better, don't they? When they trigger a short. Push up, try go longs. At the moment, everything's down, so I tend to avoid taking a reversal type stuff at the moment. So there's clearly some resistance along there. You can see it. Trouble is, if you're only scalping for a point, 4 ticks, then I don't suppose it really matters too much. Yeah, I prefer to see that type of bar trigger, really. $200 set at 45.62. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't get there, does it? So that's up here, isn't it? Yeah, they're quite recent orders, those. Let's see how far this gets then. Yeah, so that's why I don't tend to draw the channels too early, because sometimes they can affect excuse me, you affect your bias, and even without this possible channel, the bias for me is clearly down at the moment, but it doesn't mean it's going to continue down. It could push back up, it could fill that gap, but until I see some indication that we are moving back up, and maybe this is just a range day, I can't look for longs just at the moment. But yeah, I know what you're saying, Brick. I can see him. I can see it on Bookmap. There's 803 orders sat there, fraction above 62. That's the biggest bunch of orders I can see. Trouble is, people could drop those orders. I don't know what the rules are now, whether you can do it. I think, what's it called, it spoofing or whatever. They can drop these orders there, because obviously, as we know, price moves towards liquidity. So, I don't know, if someone went long there and dropped orders in above here, that could drag the market. Then sometimes these orders, I don't know if there's rules against that now, because it's sort of market manipulation in a way, isn't it? And that's how that young British guy took 11% off the S&P 500 in one day. That's what he was doing, putting large amounts at these areas. I think he was using $200 million or something. Spoofing, yeah. I mean, there's always going to be manipulation there, but I don't know whether there's any control over certain aspects of it. I mean, you know, I've heard of whales selling Bitcoin, causing the market to drop, selling large amounts of Bitcoins, causing the market to panic and drop, and then buying back. So there's all sorts of ways. I don't know whether, a certain amount of it is frowned upon, or whether there's any control over it. I don't know. So as soon as we got close to this line, we've had this drop. Whether it'll continue or not, I don't know. But it is a leg up, and we've had a break. So we could push up. It is possible. Anything's possible. Yeah, that's the trouble. How do you know? Someone could say, no, I want to put my orders in here. What stops you putting orders in? Nothing stops me putting orders in or cancel them. It's up to me. So, but I suppose if large institutions are showing patterns of putting large amounts of orders in and cancelling them, yeah, maybe it's, I don't know. Trouble is, the more money you've got, the more you can move markets, the more control you've got. Yeah, that's the trouble, mate. It is hard to prove, isn't it? But I don't know. I'm assuming these big financial institutions have regular audits, I'm assuming, and if they notice any sort of manipulation, I don't know the rules, really. That's the trouble when you're a retail trader. You've never spent any amount of time, having anything to do with these institutions, and you don't know what their rules and regulations are. Okay, so we've had a little channel up here, and we've had a break out of it. We've got close to this line up here. I mean, you could micromanage that a tiny touch and bring that down to a touch. That works as well. So it is possible it's just got close to that line and coming down. But there is a channel. You may call that an overshoot, but not. Maybe not. But obviously, this line is proving a significant area enough to turn price down. So it goes without saying that it's likely that it's going to do it there as well. Whether it will push above it, who knows? Pattern suggests the benefits, yeah. Yeah, I dare say there'll be regular audits by these, because obviously the trouble is, I mean, if you look at people like Powell, the Fed, obviously he knows before the markets knows what prices are going to do. If he's got bad news to drop out, he knows it's going to affect price. Now, obviously there'll be certain rules and regulations for him, but you don't know whether he mixes in certain circles or certain family members. I don't know. There's probably rules that family members of people like Powell can't trade the markets and all this sort of thing. I know over in the UK, footballers, they're not allowed to get involved in any type of betting because obviously they could potentially manipulate the score, and that obviously would go for the same with Powell. It'd be more than his life's worth, wouldn't it, to do something like that? But it just goes to show how much power you have over these markets if you're, in charge of the decision making or a good aspect of it, and giving out the news. I mean, that takes us back to the film Trading Places, doesn't it? They got the crop report early, what they thought was the right crop report, only it had been tampered with, and they ended up losing big start. But there's still quite a lot going on, I dare say. There'll be still a lot of manipulation. There's nothing stopping big whales selling large amounts of Bitcoin. Bitcoin takes a dump. Joe Public panic. Price drops down maybe another 5%. And then the whales buy back at the lower price. So if you've got money, you can obviously, you can obviously sell enough to be able to affect markets. I mean, to affect the Bitcoin price, so you're going to have a fair amount of them. Okay, so look at this now. So we've got a channel up. That looks to me like 2 legs down. So there is a possibility that could push up. But for me, it's bearish at the moment, so I can't take that. Ordinarily, if we were moving up and we had something like that with 2 legs down, a nice big bullish bar, I'd be in there like a shot. But for me, price is down. I'm not saying it's not going to work, but price is down, so I can't go long there. Because I can see twice it's touched this line. See, obviously I adjusted that a touch to touch there, but look what's happened there, and that's turned down. So maybe this may be a failed second entry long, trapping some longs. We'll see, but it could work. No guarantees. Right, that's 62 price now. It's still there. It's a little bit above 62. So it's up here. So there are great websites that tracks the trades of US politicians. That's the thing nowadays with technology nowadays. You can find out anything about anything, really. I mean, I could find out. All I got to do is go into Company House in the UK, and I can find out the ins and outs of limited companies over in the UK. So yeah, that's it. It's hard to cover stuff up nowadays. There are, I expect there always will be people trying to manipulate the system, but it's never been more harder than it is now, which is a good thing, because people in power shouldn't have the ability to be able to take the piss, really, should they? Now, this is interesting to see what's going to go on here, because we have had, so that looks like 2 legs down. It is a channel. We do know that there's liquidity just above 62, so there is a possibility it could break out. But for me, at the moment, price is coming down, so although we didn't come quite as low as there, so maybe we are going to have a leg, 2 legs back, and a push out. Let's see if this triggers. I mean, it could work, but I have to just keep an eye. I have to. For me, the overall picture is down, so I have to base my decisions on that, and I can't go low here. Be interesting to see if that one triggered. It didn't. I don't think. No, but it's hit that line again, and it's turned down. Whether it'll continue down or not, I don't know. This is the remaining of the day that Matt went on his rant a few months ago. Don't shut up. He does have a rant, doesn't he, now and again? He does have his moments. In fact, he's off. I don't think there's a chart. Is there a chart today? Yeah, I think he's around today. But I think Thursday, he's going away fishing again, isn't he? Thursday and Monday. So I think we got a chart today, but not tomorrow. In fact, let's have a look. It's usually around about an hour after markets. Yeah, see that? It's reacted 3 times to that line, so I'd say now if this triggers and pushes up, then it may well break. Interesting. Let's see if we got anything from them yet. No, not yet. Here is your what? I am going short. Fail second entry long forms. Yeah. If we can trap some traders going long, then I think that'll be a good call, actually. Look, it's bounced off there 3 times, isn't it? I mean, yeah, that's sort of a fairly... The only thing that's making me a bit nervous is I can't see there where longs would buy that possibility, but it never triggered. That, to me, is not a good entry for a long trade. So I can't see. It's always better on these failures to trap, isn't it? Because it obviously then helps shift the momentum. So if you're trapping traders, you're going up and you're trapping shorts, as their stops get hit, it just helps momentum, doesn't it, in the direction you're hopefully going. 3-point stop. Yeah, I'm just not sure about this, but what I will say is the overall picture is down, and it has reacted 3 times to that line, so I hope it works for you. It would have been better if we'd have had something really bullish here, which triggered, but that to me is not, and not only that, it's a little bit sideways there. That's not the ideal place. If you were going to go along there, that's not really the bar you want to be taking. You'd prefer it to be a bit lower and then ideally closing above there. So there's a possibility of a little bit of sideways stuff there, I think. If this finishes bearish, you may be okay. I can't see any traders going along there. That's not to say they won't. Double trap. Yeah, I can't see where... that's the only place that I think if you're going to go long, it may go for. And that triggers you, and you've got a couple of points out of that. And I can't see that you want to go long there, in all fairness. You may do. But it's not the ideal place to go long. I can't see anywhere really where I'd have wanted to go long there if indeed I thought things were going to push up. But I'd say you're probably going to get your points. Once it broke below there and here, I think you're okay then. We might get that continuation down. That was our overnight lows. We had a break bliff, so we're reacting to that line now. But for me, the market's bearish at the moment, which is why I couldn't have gone long there, really. Especially as it pushed up, we had 3 touches of that line. You skipped it, but it looked good. Yeah, the only reason I sort of skipped that is it's a little bit congested. And I don't know, market's got a way of throwing curveballs at you. I mean, usually after a break, you'd expect a new extreme, but obviously under the circumstances, the bigger picture generally, in my opinion, is down. So it'd be interesting to see if any traders trade the breakout here. I think it's fair to call that a little bit of a range. It sort of is. See if that triggers, and then it drops. Then I'd see then there's going to be a excuse me, a fair bit more pushing down. Excuse me. Okay. That was the previous low back there. This is the new one. So by the look of this, I'd say it's more likely going to continue down. David, I know exactly what you're saying, mate. I know exactly what you're saying. It is frustrating when you buy the monthly and you've got to continue to have them. I know what you're saying. You're going to continue to pay $80 a month, aren't you? But I suppose if you keep them, yes, you're paying $800. If you're making enough to withdraw out of each account every month, as well as paying those, I'd keep them. Because unless you've had your PA accounts more than 3 months, you're limited to what you can withdraw. So I'd look upon, you've got these PA accounts, yeah, you're paying $80, but if you're making, I don't know, even $1,000 out of each of them every month, they're still worth keeping. And I personally then would just add more to them. But the new ones, then I would do it the monthly, but it depends how long you've had them and are you making regular payments. So, I know what you're saying. If you've struggled for like 2 or 3 months to get to $2,600, then that might be an option. But if you've had them going for a few months and you're taking payments, if you get a payment every month, the $80 is peanuts really. So it'd be worth keeping them, but would be my first payment. I'm scared to blow that. I know exactly how you feel, mate. First time I got to $2,600. Yeah, I so desperately wanted just to take my money. I know what you're saying. You'll know. This is a personal decision that you know how you're trading. If you've struggled to get there and you've found it a real challenge and you are worried whether you've got the self-control at the moment not to blow them, then it may be an option to cash them out. So then you've got money to rebuild. So that's a decision you can only make based on you. But I know exactly where you're coming from. I've been in the same position myself, and I bet most other traders. I've managed to hit my target. Shall I take money now because it's been a precarious ride? So, or if anything, mate, just cash 3 of them or 4 of them and keep the other 2. So that way you're making something. But I know exactly where you're coming from, pal. Okay, so we've made a new low after that one. There's a low. So anytime, mate, anytime. You'll know. If you've been up and down, and you've really struggled, then it might be an option to get some money. Get some more money behind you, give yourself a bit of a payday, and then you've got money to build. But that's one. We all know how we trade, don't we? I know what my trading's like. But oh, sorry. I think we can probably put a channel in there. But yeah, I know what you're saying, mate. It is a tough decision sometimes, isn't it? So you can draw this multiple ways. So maybe we go from the top, but just for now, I'm going to go for there because it could be a spiking channel. And it kind of fits nice. So just for now, I'm going to leave it like that. Are they 50,000 accounts? So you could withdraw 2,000 from each of them. So that would give you $12,000, wouldn't it? It's quite a nice payday, that, isn't it? $12,000. I know what you're saying, mate. I'd be very tempted. I don't want to say really because I don't want to influence if you get a payout level. You can trade one contract for 1 point each day and withdraw 3,000 every 10 days minus commissions. Yeah, I had 2 payments in 1 month out of one account. I got it up to, was it about $5,000? I took one payment and then I took another payment within the same month. But if it's your first payment, I don't know how long it's taken you. If you've got up there within a month, then you've not done too bad. But obviously, you know whether you trust yourself to hold these or whether it's been a precarious ride and you think it might be advisable to take the money. But yeah, it is frustrating when you've got a 1 month one-off fee to pay, or you've got to pay it every month over 12 months. It's not far off $1,000, is it? Per account, as opposed to a one-off fee of $140. But you know in your own heart how you're trading, and if your trading's been a little bit rocky and you've struggled to get there, maybe an option to take the money, mate. And take a holiday as well. Take a break. Yeah, you can add accounts. You could take some of them and add accounts. But what I'd say is if you think you can make money, even $1,000 off each one, $80 is not a lot to pay. But if it's taken you a while and you think you've struggled to get there, then yeah, maybe an option. Take some of them and then open up some new evals. In all honest opinion, I would say by the end of this week, we're quite likely to go back to the 80% off. But I would also say in a month's time, we've got Labour Day, so usually they may start a week early and give you 90% up a week before and over that weekend. So I'd certainly expect 80% off. Whatever you do, do not pay the 50% off, because in my opinion, I wouldn't do that again. They have the 80% long enough. And not just that, the more we hold on for the 80%, the longer they'll keep it, because that's where they make the money. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, it held here. I thought it might do, but there is always a possibility. But it's clearly holding along here now, so I think it's fair to add this channel. And that measured move, leg down is played out. Whether there's a bigger measured move, whether there's that one. Now, even if we got that one and that one, it's lower, so that's played out perfectly. So, if there was an option to go short there, let's remove these. But I'm just not a massive fan. I don't actually think that was a bad trade, but now I know it's going down. So, yeah, if you take some money, yeah, definitely buy more accounts if you cash out them. Get yourself another half a dozen or something and build them back up. In fact, I heard someone made a comment on one of the Facebook groups that they got one refused. Which is a bit scary, but let's see if I can find it. In fact, it was actually on the official Apex site. I'm surprised they even allowed it to be published. I thought they would have. Blocked this one for certain. Does Apex have support? Where is it? I can't find it now. Maybe it has been blocked. Oh, I can't find it now. I wonder if it's been removed. FOMO, thinking about the arrows Mac will be drawing. Yeah, trust me, Mac will only be drawing those arrows after the fact. I could look back now and draw a load of arrows. So could you, mate. So don't give in to it, bud. The fact that you've held up this long, in all honest opinion, I can't see any trades that I really would have loved to get in. Now, in hindsight, it's easy to say 2 legs up, off the key entry point, take a short here. Maybe take that one, maybe take that way. It's easy after the fact. Yeah, so don't give in, pal. Hold strong. There's nothing I see that would have really interested me here. Certainly at first glance. I'm clearly only looking for shorts now. We've bounced off this measured move, but if we can get a nice second entry, then there's no reason why it can't go longer. Sure. Yeah, the one I was looking at has been removed. I'm surprised it even got published. Oh, mate, don't kid yourself. He'll put half a dozen here. Mackerel. So let's have a look at this. So that one, maybe 3 touches. That one he wouldn't. That one he'll probably mark. Maybe mark that one. I don't know. It's hard to say, isn't it? But yeah, sometimes when you're thinking, crikey, he hasn't got much to mark here, all of a sudden he surprises us all and comes out with a dozen, which I think is slightly counterproductive to newer traders who don't know, maybe don't understand the system yet. Because he marks so many trades, but he drums into us where he would want to be taking a couple of the best. But he marks what he marks as high probability trades. But you shouldn't really, you shouldn't really mark high probability trades because there's not a dozen high probability trades a day, in all fairness. Okay, let's see. Let's see what Uncle Mac's given us today. Right, okay, so Mac, surprise, surprise, surprise. He has done, let's have a look. Mac has done that. Yeah, Mac's got a channel like that in. So, okay, so we can leave that as well, which is fair enough. And I'm just going to change this colour. But he has got... He's got that one. Yeah, with the break. He's marked it with the... I'm glad he's marked it with the break, actually, because that proves your point, Brant. There. So a lot of the times he does mark them. So he has marked it with the break. So he does do it. And in all fairness, I think it fitted better with that break. So it just goes to show. He's got something else down here. Not a massive fan of it, but there we go. So. Now, I like that because the fact that we've touched, you can't argue with that. Be interesting to see where this comes down to. Just because Mac hasn't got it now doesn't mean he won't necessarily mark it at another point. Yeah, he does. I've seen him do it. That's why I moved it like that, because in my opinion, it fits nicer like that. And just because we've had a break doesn't mean we can't continue down. Normally, you'd have a break in a new low, which we did, but then we continued down. So then normally you would extend your what's it, but for me, it's a better option to assume we've had a break because if you're looking for short, see that trade there, you may have gone, oh, second entry short there. What happened? Triggered, pushed up. And I like to think that maybe it did that, but there are going to be traders which got in there. I know it's above the EMA, but people will be going, oh, look, second entry short, we're coming down. So I think it's always best to, assume that we could have had a break. So maybe a leg and another leg. Let's see where this turns now, because this is coming down to the bottom here of this channel we've drawn. Just going to fade that out a little bit. Let's see what goes. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. At iHesse, you saying you think that's wider. You can interpret it so many different ways. I've got it like that. Brant mentioned it like that. Max got it like that. But I don't think there's no reason why you can't do that. Personally, I think it fits better, because if you look at that angle, we're starting at the corner and coming out the bottom. So for me, the angle of the channel is steeper than the channel I've drawn. So if you bring that channel down to that, for me, that fits more like a glove. The angle was wrong, but I can't knock you for it, because, it's so easy to interpret. You can interpret these in so many different ways. And that's what makes this a damn bloody hard. Okay, so far we've bounced very close to that bottom. So maybe this channel is not looking so bad. Measured moves played out. Are there people paying others to pass evals? That's crazy. No point in getting a PA. Yeah, I know what you're saying. The only downside to passing evals at the moment, if you trade them like normal accounts, it could take you months, because there's very little bloody trades lately. That's why I risk them. I do. I tend to take more on the 90% off. If I'm getting an average of, I don't know, $600 a week, it could take me 5 weeks to pass them, which I suppose is not a major issue, but I like to get them done quick so I can start building money. I don't really want to take 5 weeks. Yeah, see that? Let me just have a look at this. Yeah, see, I've got my channel from here. This is the 10,000 tick chart. I haven't gone from here that Max got. The channel I've gone for is there. And that actually kind of fits nice, so that works all right, doesn't it? Not the bigger one for me, but that's okay. Yeah, I kind of like where I've got that from, but you can interpret them so many different ways. But I've actually taken it as a spiking channel, which the way that's touched there, in fact, look how that's fitted really nice there. So that would tell me that maybe this spike we got 1 touch, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's plenty of touches there, and we got 1 there, and look where that's turned right at the nearest tick. So for me, I like this. Not everyone might like it, but that's life. Yeah, you have to go with your own. Yeah. Hey, Indy, how you doing, bud? You have to go with your own. Otherwise, if you're trading what someone else is seeing, you're going to confuse yourself. But I do welcome opinions, absolutely. With this one, if a couple of people are saying that's right, then you would tend to think that would make sense. But ultimately, if you don't think it's right, you can't do it. But that to me looks bang on. Okay, so are we bottoming here a little bit? That would make sense. We come to the bottom of the channel. You would expect to push up, certainly to the EMA, maybe higher. But this does look like it's forming a bottoming pattern to me. Unfortunately, even in a bottoming pattern in a downtrend, I can't go long. Doing well. Hope you are the same. I'm not too bad at all, mate, actually. You asked me that yesterday when I started. After the previous day, I might not. But it's weird, isn't it? We have a good, especially when you're on PA accounts. I don't feel it on evaluations now, but if I have a loss on a PA, I can feel the difference in the evening. If I have a winning trade and I go home for the day, I can feel the difference. Yeah, yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Because the trouble is, they might pass the account fee, but then you've got to pay $140 and then blow it. So it doesn't make sense. I'm done for the day. See you all tomorrow. Good on you, Brick. Good for you, mate. Get your points and run. What time is it now? How long have we been going? Hour and a half. Trouble is, you may get trapped going short here. Let's see what happens. That's interesting. You could say that's a hidden second entry. Push up, little bit of sideways push up. See what happens. Free money for Apex. Absolutely. We've got a channel down there and a break and a new low to me. Be interesting to see if that traps any shorts. Because some people might have that channel a bit wider. They may have that channel like that. Not saying it's not going to be, but let's see. For me, this is risky. And the way that's formed. So there's two schools of thought there. It could be a slightly bigger channel, but for me, going from those first two swings, that's the first one, that's the second one. So for me, there's a clear break there now. It is bearish, so sometimes the fact that we got a bearish day can help you out of these trades sometimes. Yeah, I did my lawns last night, I did. Not the best. The trouble is, in the UK, it's been pissing down here for about a week, so the mower we got like a motor mower with an engine on it, and it just kept stopping and clogging up with wet grass, so trouble is, keeps getting bloody longer. We're having more and more rain in the UK, and the grass is just growing like wildfire. So at some point, you've got to just get out there, haven't you? But yeah, it kept clogging. This is interesting. Personally, would I want to be in that trade? No. But because we got such a bearish downward momentum, it may work. I think the safe option is to assume that's a channel with a break. And in all honesty, it is, I think. Doesn't mean to say it's not going to come down because it is so bearish. But you could get trapped here. Now let's see if this triggers and goes up or triggers and comes down. That's triggered. Okay, if that comes down and triggers below, then I'd say we may see some push down. But for me, I think it's going up at the moment. Yeah, okay, so you could see that was a trap. Now, what would you have got out of it? You'd have got a point, certainly. Yeah, that's all you'd have really got. I mean, I'm really close to it. You may have got 125 at a push, but that, for me, was a clear area where it was going to trap. Grass is growing like wildfire, yeah. That's always a word. Oh, you getting where are you, Edward? Remind me, you're in you're over in Europe somewhere, aren't you? Where you've been getting real bad weather, haven't you? Remind me, you did tell me. Does it begin with P? I can't remember now. I think you're originally from the UK, aren't you? Oh, you're in Rotherham. You're not in Rotherham, though, are you? Are you abroad somewhere? Rotherham. Sure, you said. See, I'm waiting for the answers now, but they should come a bit quicker now, hopefully. Are you in Cornwall, are you? Yeah, I used to live down there. A little town called Camborne. Lived there for 2 years. Lizard. Oh, right, yeah. I got you. Yeah, I lived in Camborne, just near Redruth. I lived there for 2 years. My stepdad at the time was in the military, and we did 2 years down there. Kind of like that. They hate us, though. Okay, so leg and a leg. Now we are in an overall downward trend, and that's worked nice on that channel. So for me, that channel's bob on. So I'm happy with that. I'm just going to darken this a fraction. That looks like a spiking channel. Whether you just go from there or not, I don't suppose it really matters. I like it anyway. I like it. I don't know what Cornwall's like at the moment, weather-wise. Okay, so there's a first entry there. The trouble is, I don't even want to go long because the overall is down. Where were you based? At Seahawk or Helston? No, my dad at the time, or stepdad at the time, was looking after a TA centre in he wasn't in the TA, he was in the regulars, but he was looking after a TA centre in Camborne just for 2 years. We'd come back from Cyprus. We were over in Cyprus for 2 years, and we came back, and he just had a quick post in there. It's nice, Cornwall, a nice part of the world. I think Portreath was our local coast, which was about 4 miles away, if I remember rightly. Interesting. There's a failed second entry short there. Do I want to take that? I can't go long at the moment because the overall is down, and it may trap you. But there is like a bit, yeah, see if you took that there, that failure there. I don't know, you may get lucky, but for me, I'd say it's an area, it's a perfect area to trap out some longs, yeah. That's the trouble. It's sort of like a double trap there. Trips out the short, so you think, okay, now we're pushing up. So we have a failure, nice little bar above the EMA. You think, okay, now we're going long, but the overall picture is down. So what happens? It triggers you, stops you out. So that's why I don't counter trend trade in these down channels. And to be fair, it's not a huge channel, this. If it was a lot bigger, then, you know, there's no reason why you can't. But so let's see what happens here, because we've got a channel up there which is trap those come down. It could still push up a bit, but that's why it's just not safe to go long in an overall downtrend, really. I'm not saying you can't do it, or it might not work for you, but I've heard Max say it a bunch of times. So I think I was there around about the ages of 13, I think 12 and 13. We'd just come back from a 2-year, perhaps double trap. That's exactly what I said. Trap the shorts, trap them, stop them out. Trap the longs, trap them, stop them out. And then continue up, maybe to around about here. Or it may find a bit of sideways or something like that. It may find a bit of support and come down, who knows. Oh, what was that? Okay, you can't take that long even if you wanted to. It's an inside bar really, so it just makes risk. It's not to say it's not going to. We've added a little channel here. Whether you think it's a channel, it kind of is with a break and a new high, but the overall is down. So they're the only trades really that are interesting me. was even quite a small bar, that. It's 0.5, but still too risky. A lot of times I kind of like those trades where they trap the shorts and we go up. And I get into them quite often, but obviously the overall is down, so that's not on the table at the moment. Excuse me just a minute, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Okay. Yeah, see that 10,000 tick chart is looking really nice there. It's fitting in there really nice. And the overall is clearly down. There's no argument there. Even if you had a measured move from there to there, we've clearly surpassed that now. So perhaps this overnight news, which caused that gap, is going to put us on a little bit of a downward spiral for a while. Okay, so let's see whether we hit here and move down or get back to this line again. So let's have a look. Okay, we haven't quite made that measured leg. I was waiting for that to trigger and then maybe push up to these highs, but maybe we're not even going to get there. It's just nothing really, is it? We sort of daisy chained up and then just dropped. No, in fact, the more I look at that one, the more I don't think that was a bad trade. Actually, the only thing that put me off it is when you get a failure, it's nice to trap some. It's nice to trap some because when you that stops, it helps with that momentum. But for me, I can't see where anyone would have wanted to go long there. So we went try to go one struggle twice, failed. Not just that, it is a little bit congested there. Sorry, what am I thinking of? That for me would have been the better trade. But it was sort of like first entry set. It was like a third entry, really, wasn't it? But when it sort of closed outside the bottom, the trouble is, obviously we had the close here, so it's going short into that. Sorry, the overnight lows. So I just think, I don't know, it just seemed a little bit risky in my opinion. I didn't feel comfortable with it, but obviously it's just one of those things. Depends how you had that. For me, once, twice, 3, 4 times, it's clearly sort of holding there, which that made me a bit nervous, but I don't know. I think that one was kind of it looked to me like it was going to sort of work down, but then all of a sudden you have that bar there, then that bar there, and it ends up congested. So yeah, it's hard to say, isn't it? I'm liking the fact that I'm taking less trades and I'm waiting for higher probability trades, and I want to try and keep in that school of thought, and I don't want to get suckered into trades that are a little bit extra risky. And I know I'm not going to do as many trades, but sometimes you're better off doing 3 good quality trades a week than 6 less good quality, losing 2 of them and ending up the same amount up, or maybe down, taking away. The trouble is, whenever we take a loss, it has a little dent in us, so sometimes you're better off waiting for those almost sure things, so you avoid that. Much better do 3 good ones than 6, 3 winning trades than 6 trades with 2 losses, and you end up, in some cases worse off. Okay, so we've got a little channel down there, a little break and a new low, so Are we going to make a couple of attempts to go higher and then maybe some more downward stuff? You took that failure on a sim, only focusing on the second entry one. Yeah, see, the second entry... where was the second entry? There was a second entry, wasn't there? Okay, channel down. Yes, we've made a new low. Let's put that like that. That fits nice. There's definitely a break. Just got to remember here that I'm going to drop that a fraction. I'll lift that up a touch. There we go. Yeah, just got to remember here that we've had a break in a new low. It doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have two pushes and come down. We could come back to this top. So I'm just wondering whether there's like a... kind of fits, but it's not really sort of confirmed, is it? But maybe we've had a channel with a break and a new high. Maybe something like that. Who knows? But generally, I would have put that like that, I think. But I'm just going to remove it for now. Before the the channel police give me a hard time. Yeah, the swing touched the upper trend, yeah, which is why you got to be careful going for something here because it could catch you out. Yeah, every time we've come up here, we've had a bearish bar, it's come down. Bearish bar, it's come down. Bearish bar, it's come down. So, guaranteed, the time I take it, nice big bearish bar, it'll trigger me and then shaft me. And I don't like being shafted. So, be nice to get a break, new high. Then a lower high below the EMA, giving us some indication of some more downward stuff. Now we've come off the back end. This is a leg up and another leg, so I'm not too worried. The fact that this is same, yeah, it is frustrating, isn't it? It does that, doesn't it? It goes down and down and down and down, and when we start to think, okay, now I'm convinced now it's touched 20 times that it's a channel. So now let's go short. It triggers you. I think the trick is by the time a lot of inexperienced traders have the confidence to go short that it's hit the trend channel 59 times, they end up trapped. So the trouble is, in all fairness, that there, I think that's the second entry short you're talking about. With this there, I don't think that was that bad actually. I think it was okay. Call it a lower high, call it a second entry short, whatever you are. The reason I didn't take it is because we'd had this potential break and a new low, so we could go up, and there was umpteen opportunities to go down, and it didn't work. That's why I didn't get in, because to me, it was congested. But the bigger picture is, Mac had probably marked that, or because he'd say, "Oh, there's room to the low." So I just don't know. Made him. Yeah, I thought that we might be at some point. In fact, we've probably been over that now, haven't we? Was it about here somewhere? I think we're past there, are we? Or we're near there? No, from here then. I mean, we did that anyway, which I got rid of from there. Yeah, we passed that one. This one, we're not at yet. But regardless of that anyway, for me at the moment, we're clearly working down, and we've come off this side a couple of times now, and we've started here. We touched once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's a no-brainer for me. So there's a little break. So hopefully now we can make a new high. Hopefully we don't just drop. Because that's the trouble. It is close. Let's have a look. That's probably the best visual setup so far, but no room. Yeah, that's the trouble. It's just, in hindsight, it's easy to look at and think, oh, that was a nice trade. And there lies the problem. We don't have the luxury of hindsight, do we? We've just got to take them real time. And obviously with scalping, prices are moving that quick. You don't have a lot of time to second guess yourself. and you've got to make a decision. And sometimes if I'm feeling not overly confident, you know, we all have an instinct, don't we? We all have a feeling. And I think if something doesn't feel right, or if you're not feeling confident in the setup, I think you're always better to leave it. Much better to leave a winning trade than to take a losing trade because you haven't had a good thought about it. Okay, so we got sort of a leg up, a break, and a new high. So if there is a channel with a break and a new high, it's played out. Small channel, break, and new high, played out. So this is the area now where I'll be thinking about going short, but I'd much rather take the lower high as confirmation we're coming down. Because the bit that's making me a little bit nervous is this. So this is an area where it may have a break. Now, as Mac's drawn this, he's gone. Has he gone from there? Has he? I think he'd gone. Did he go from there? I think he did, didn't he? I can't remember now. Where did he go from? He may have gone from there. I can't remember now. But this is an area where it could have a break because we've come here and we've had a bit of a push down, and we did this once before, and I took a short here and it stopped us out. A load of people took a short. So it may move up to this area, leg, break, leg. But if it doesn't get any higher than that, you can micro adjust that. In fact, I'm going to micro adjust just that first bar because that's neither in or there. And in fact, it fits better at the bottom. So if we end up bullish here, I'll be looking for a lower high. I'm not just going to take the short. Yeah, let's hope so, Ryan. Got to be careful on that first bar though, because it could break here. How many percent of Mac's students are successful? I got no idea, mate. The trouble is, what I find is with the Facebook group, you get a lot of people on the Facebook group and they seem to be doing okay, and after a while they'll just start to disappear. And if they have made a career of it and they're doing well, then they're probably concentrating on, you know, their trading and not maybe getting involved in the groups anymore. So it's possible. Okay, so I'm okay with that. I can adjust that a fraction, and it still works okay. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's only a fraction, and it still works fine. But I'm going to want to wait for the lower high. But I'm aware that there is an area where it may be struggling to go below, so it could trap a few shorts and go a bit higher here. I'd assume it's no difference in percentage of people who are 6. Yeah, absolutely. Less than 1%. They say about 95%. I don't know, who knows. I think the hit rate is low, and I don't think it's because people aren't capable. I think they just find it hard and give up. Because it's not easy. It does mess with your brain. And you get into this for 12 months and you think, sod this, it's cost me a ton of money and I'm not getting anywhere. A lot of people will give up. No, I said the only time I'd give up is when I'm in a pine box. I'll either give up or die trying. What I think it's important to do as well is to look upon your progress. The difference between me now than 12 months ago and before that was completely different. 12 months ago, I was just a gibbering mess. It was just jumping into trades left, right and centre. I couldn't hold a PE account, and now I've got PE accounts, and one of them is 35 days. So, I couldn't do that before. So my, level of being safer and protecting accounts is got better. So I'm definitely making progress. And as long as I'm making progress, no matter how slow it is, I'm okay with it. So interesting. So maybe it's going to be the failure then. I am concerned that this is hitting a point that's holding price, and it is holding price. See, this could be dangerous. I wouldn't want to take that because it's not below the EMA. If it does push down below the EMA, it's going to be a fair old chunky bar. So for me, it's a bit risky. I'm doing some bad stuff still, and I got some luck. Yeah, we all do. I'm doing better on my PAs now. I'm managing to hold them. I'm not making as much money on them, but it is growing slowly, and I think that's the right way to do it. Whereas before, I was taking much more riskier trades and going for a lot more points, and there is an element of luck, and I think really, like we've heard from 1,000 people over however long you've been trading, it's not a way to make a quick buck. It takes time and slowly to build, and we've all heard the expression, it's not a race, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Or it's a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah, I agree with a chunk of that S2G. I think there are things, I wouldn't naturally call him a people person. He doesn't explain things sometimes. But, I can never forget what he's done for trading. He's taught this at a very, very small price. But yeah, I can watch with a little bit of experience now, knowing, okay, he does mark a lot of the trades, but a lot of these trades I wouldn't dream about taking. But for newer people, I think sometimes watching Mac can set you off on a bit of a rocky road. I think some of his analysis of more for an experienced trader of a few years, a year or 2 years. People have been doing it long enough to know that he does mark a lot of trades in hindsight, but they're not trades you would generally take. Okay, so prices do seem to be holding here. But this is where you've got to be careful because they can trap you, because the price is clearly struggling at a level there, and that's the bit that's concerning me. You can clearly see it. We haven't had it there. We haven't had it there. Here, we've hit an area. We've pushed up. And we've bounced again. So I don't know. It could trap some shorts here. This is an area where we could have a break. Will drive you crazy. Yeah, well. Yeah, it definitely messes with your sanity trade, doesn't it? That's for certain. There's one person I admire who trades here, Nick. He's actually a pharmacist, so he can prescribe himself drugs that will calm his nerves. Okay, so now, second entry long there, which is triggered. It may come down. In all honesty, though, price is holding and the EMA's facing up, so this is difficult. I know another trader buddy of mine has taken beta blockers while he's been trading to slow his heart down. So people do some strange things, they do. Yeah, it did strike me as a place that could break, just because the fact that it's hitting the bottom there, so you've got to be careful going low when it does that. So let's see. So Mac's drawn this bigger channel, so maybe this is going to play a part. Who knows? Yeah, you can see there's a couple of legs up there. This could be it. 1, 2. Yeah, you've got to wait for it to start being on its merry way down again, really, before we think about looking for longs. Or certainly me. Yeah, infamous. Yeah, I agree with that. Risk to reward. That's why I go for 2 points. I gave up for a point. For me, a point's just, it's heartbreaking. You get one trade. I've won 4 trades in a row before, taking 1 point. And I've taken another trade, and I've got a slightly larger bar, maybe 3 points, tick above, tick below, taking away your commissions, you're back to 0. So you can be trading 80% and still not make any money. So for me, personally, it's 6 ticks and above for me. I like the 2 points, 2 to 2.25 points. I kind of like to get 1 to 1. So at the moment, 2.25 points would more or less give you 1 to 1. And the good thing about 1 to 1 is you lose 1, you win 1. Where you are. You haven't got to, make 3 or 4 winning trades just to get you back to 0. Now, obviously, conditions are a little bit tougher at the moment. It's not that straightforward. And you'll see some of my trades have come down to 6 ticks. The ATR's been under 1.5 lately. So I've brought them down just to get some scores on the board. Okay, so we've had a leg down. We're clearly struggling. There's clearly some support around here. It looked to me like there was a place we're going to have a break. So this is clearly it. So let's see if we get a leg and a leg. Funnily enough, it's bouncing off the overnight lows by the looks of things, or it looks like it might turn. So if we can turn, then we may have some more downward stuff. It's clearly a range. However you've drawn it, a channel. However you've drawn it, it's clearly a channel. Mac had this bigger one drawn. I've had this one. But you may have the same or something different. But it does look like it's bottoming, so there is a possibility we could move up. Okay, so that bar there is triggered. It's not somewhere where I would take a trade. I've given up trying to pick highs. Tops, rather. You're looking for a combination of pats with order flow. Yeah, I've got no problem with adding extra things if it helps you. Now, Mac just uses that, and that's okay because he's been doing it for 25 years and it works for him. So why would you trade after 25 years? But I did message Mac about 1.5 years ago, and he said, as you develop, you will naturally find your own rhythm and way of doing things. It's human nature to see something that looks good and take an interest in it, and that's okay. So he did say that to me. Now, since I started using Bookmap, it has its uses. Not all the time, but it has its uses. And personally, I think those uses are if you're going for more points. That's where I kind of like it. But things like order flow and that give you extra bits of information that you can't see. So I absolutely think it's human nature just to be curious and you hear about something, this helps me, and that's perfectly fine. I like to use volume profile in addition. Yeah, I don't think these extra things are a problem. I sort of endorse if it helps you or makes your decisions easier, then use it. I mean, if it gets to the stage where it's completely confusing you, then it might not be of use. But to me, these things, these extra, what do they call them? Second level, third level two data or whatever. Bookmap is too convoluted for me. I like bars. Yeah, I absolutely get that, mate. I tend to just pay attention to these liquidity areas, knowing where price could go. But level 2 data. So. Is that how you say your name? Is it Infamous? What are you using then? What are you using currently? Order flow. So are you using something like, because a buddy of mine used something that, is it GOM? Let me just have a look. Because I'd like to look into something like this. Is that the type of thing you're talking about? Is it that type of thing? Because I think you can pay $30 for that a month, which is not a lot really. If it helps you, I don't quite fully understand it. I sort of think I do. Obviously, you can see these are bars with stems, but there are numbers in there, and obviously these numbers I'm not sure what are, but I know that's one option. Hate that. So, be interested to know what you use, bud. Yeah. Oh, that's it, is it? Oh, great. Okay, so you have that on a separate chart, do you, bud? Execute bid and ask us all. Do you have that on a separate chart, or you have it as part of your main chart? You still have this as well, don't you? Yeah. Okay. So you can download a. I know there's a few people that are separate. Yeah. I know there's a couple of people on YouTube that make videos about that. And I've saved them. At some point I did. It's not Trade with Travis, is it? Let me have a look. It's not Trades by Matt. No, there is a guy. I think isn't he a European guy? Because he's got an accent. He talks you through it. I'm gonna have to look into it, because anything that can help and give you a little bit more confidence, I think it's a good thing. I've got no problem with it. And it's human nature, isn't it? I can't find it now, but right, okay. Let's see what's going on here. Separate, yeah, I'm going to look into that for sure. I think it's about $30 a month. Okay, so we've had a break out of him. We've pulled back in. I'm still a bit concerned about going short just at the moment. Let's get rid of that. The bit that's concerning me is we've got a leg up, pull back, and another leg up. I'm just a little bit nervous at the moment. We may not make a new low, but there is... this is just concerning me, that there seems to be a little bit of an area where it's struggling to break below. And obviously it depends how you've drawn this chart. For me, this is the first breakout. There's nothing else I can see that comes close to that. Just for information, for numbers bars, you don't need level 2 data. Do you have level 2 data or not? Because you can pay for it, can't you? Through Apex. Numbers and bars you don't. So do you recommend it or not? Because it is something I've and ahhed about looking into before, because I think it can help. You got this leg down. If we can get a couple of pushes, and then that may interest me to going short. Don't need it. Oh, good. Only if you would like to see the limit order book, i.e. how limit orders are being pulled, stacked. Okay. Now you can see those on Bookmap anyway, can't you? If you want to. Do you use it or not? Never use Bookmap. No. Do you pay for level 2 data or not? Just to see where the liquidity is. Yeah, that's why I generally use what's it. Obviously, this is the liquidity areas. You can see it at 45.52. There's 200 orders. This is a compressed version. You know, you can see there's 763 orders up here. So this tells you where it is anyway. So that's why I tend to use this. Obviously, there's 394 orders down here. But obviously this is this sort of 763 orders there around about the 62 mark. So it does basically the same thing, I think. And you can watch that free on YouTube. It's just streaming live all day. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'm going to look into that. In fact, I'm going to have a play around with it over the weekend. I'll download the trial version on Friday, and I'll have a play around of the weekend, see if I can't understand it. There are a bunch of videos out there how to understand it, but I know what I'm looking at. I just don't know all the numbers mean. I'm assuming the buys and sells or bid and asks or whatever. But excellent. Give me something to do with the weekend. As far as I know, never really looked. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. I appreciate your feedback there, mate. Absolutely. That's part of the reason why I like this channel, because you learn things. You're mixing with people who've got the same interest. You try talking to your wife about trading. It falls on deaf ears. Where are you from, bud? Are you US, are you? I think most of you guys are, I think, aren't they? I was surprised that I looked for YouTube and only 1% of all the people that have been on or come onto my channel are female. 1%. It's very small, that. Are you Switzerland? Oh, fantastic. Beautiful. I went through Switzerland once when I was a young lad. I took a train from London, went over to Ostend on the ferry, and then drove up through Belgium, Luxembourg, and then across through Switzerland and over to Kitzbühel, where I spent a few weeks working in a ski resort. Wife is, I got you. Switzerland, yeah, I went on a train. It was almost like it could have been off an old World War film. Absolutely stunning. Switzerland. Ah, lucky old you. Good for you, mate. Yes, beautiful part of the world, especially if you like the snow and lakes and mountains and all that. Cracking. Okay, so what are we doing here, folks? Are we going down? It's hard to say, isn't it? There's a little bit of support there. There's certainly some there. I'm a little bit nervous about going short again. I'd like to see it break through this, but I don't know. Bit expensive. Yeah, I have heard it's expensive. I live in a wonderful place off Skid Row. Oh, another sort of trader pal of mine I talk to on Facebook, and he's always putting pictures. I think he's a boat builder or something. He's always putting pictures of test driving fast boats and stuff. I've always wanted to build a boat. In fact, I've got some plans to build a boat from Marine Ply, which I bought a couple of years ago, but never quite got round to it yet. But gotta go. Yep, you take it easy, pal. Have a good one. Okay, so we've got leg down now. The bit that's concerning me is what's going to happen when we get down here. I'm on high, mate. Been doing chores in the kitchen. Have this audio in the background. Really appreciate your sound attitude to views on things. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Cammy. Where are you from, Cammy, if you don't mind me asking? Cammy. Where are you from? Okay, so that is a clear break. No argument there. 1, 2 legs. Trouble is, I don't know what the clue to go here. Oh, Stockholm. Excellent. Welcome. I warn you now, I do talk a lot. so don't complain. My name is Persian. Persian or Persian? Fantastic. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. I stream Monday to Friday for around about 3 hours, 2:30 UK time to about 5:30. So Stockholm, so you're probably what? Ooh, hour or two ahead, couple of hours ahead, I'm guessing, somewhere around about there. So it's probably tea time where you are, I'm guessing. Failed second entry long. Yeah, I'm not thinking about going short at the moment because this is just concerning me. Now, you'd like to think after a break you'd make a new low, but the bit that's concerning me is this. Not at the EMA. Yeah. I mean, if you took it here, Trouble is, we know generally where things are going. We know after a break, things will generally make a new low. So after that leg down, you'd expect a little bit of a pullback and another leg down. But the bit that's concerning me, if we didn't have this, if we pushed up like this with a break, then I'd be looking to go short and take us below the lows. But I don't like the fact that prices struggled at this area. So maybe there is something bigger, a bigger channel, I don't know. I mean, that's a possibility, isn't it? I'm not sure about that. I'd like to keep it there to be safe. Lance, your channel will be more famous than Max when you start winning every day. If I start winning every day. In fact, I'm surprised he doesn't have as many views as he does. He's only got about 24,000 what's it, and you'd think he'd have hundreds of thousands, wouldn't you? But I just need to focus on that one winning trade a day. Unfortunately, the markets just aren't generous at the moment. What with so many people on their holidays. Famous, eh? Are we going to get a set up today? Trouble is, the longer you sit here, the more chance you got of your patience giving in. But now I think I've slowly come to the conclusion that trading's just tougher at the moment. The conditions are tougher. It just forces you. You've got to be patient. I mean, if you're nice and patient, you see a really good setup and take 2 points over 5 or 10 accounts. Let's say you got 10 accounts and you sit here for 3 hours and you do nothing and you take a lovely trade and you get 2 points over 10 accounts. It's $2,000. So you don't need a lot of setups to make a lot of money. They just need to be good ones. Just not sure. Right, okay, I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break, folks. I'm just going to make a quick cup of tea. My mouth's drying up, so I'll be 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, I didn't miss anything. Can't trade that. Let's get this. Okay, so we haven't made a new low yet, but it's not coming down as swift as you would expect after a break, is it? Usually it'll have a nice push then through the low. But maybe. Yeah, it's hard to say that, because you could say that's 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touches after that break. So there can always be a bigger chop. Excuse me, but until it starts continuing. Yeah, I can't go long at the moment with all that downward stuff. I've got to wait for confirmation really until it tells me otherwise. I'm wouldn't want to go long. Yeah, absolutely. That's not to say it's not going to have a break and push up, but if it starts to push up and work up here, then obviously things shift. But the overall picture is bearish, so you just can't. That's the only things I'm thinking of at the moment. But it has had a nice strong push there. It's made that new low, so this did this. So obviously it did seem to look a bit like it was struggling a bit, but then we've pushed through now, so maybe there is a bigger channel in play. Unfortunately, we haven't had there quite likely is something bigger there. In fact, let me just move that out there. That fits there, that fits there, that fits there. So it's quite likely now it just might have extended into something slightly bigger. Mac had this anyway, so if we do continue to go down, then we'll continue to look for shorts. Yeah, that's, you got to be so careful taking triple tests. See what happened there? That triggered. So guaranteed some people would have taken a triple test. Mind you, it didn't move down as quick as one would expect. So yeah, but if anybody took that, it triggered straight away, came down. Not many would have done, otherwise you'd have seen a bit more of a push. But really, triple tests, you got to take in that direction there. So we'd have come up here once, twice, 3 times. That's the type of triple test you'd have taken in the way, not sort of one into a complete reversal, especially with such a strong downtrend. And that is strong. I'm really surprised we didn't fill that gap, because usually we will, because that's quite a big old drop, that is. 20 points. It's not often you see that much of a drop. Now and again you'll see a few ticks or whatever, but I haven't seen a drop like that from open for quite a long time. So it obviously had the news about, what is it? It hasn't defaulted, is it? What's happened? The dollar hasn't defaulted, is it? It's just been, has it been devalued? I'm not sure. Somebody mentioned it earlier. Something happened, obviously, to cause it to drop 20 points. Yeah, it does look like it's continuing down. In all fairness, the S&P, in all fairness, the S&P has just been on a mission to Mars lately. It's been going up and up for the last 8 months, 7-8 months. We had about 14 months of continuous down, and then we had a break of the daily trend, and it bounced, and it's been going up ever since. So a few days ago, every sort of other day we've been hitting new highs. It's it's been quite a while since we've been well up into the 5s, up into the 600s rather. So these will be new highs for maybe a year and a half, I think. So what's the 10,000 tick chart telling us? Basically, in fact, in all fairness, let me have a look at that. In all fairness, that bit down here that was concerning me along here, you don't really get the same effect there, do you? So seeing that one, leg and leg, I wouldn't have been so concerned about going short there. But on here, we seem to have that bit where it seemed to struggle a bit. And that just made me a bit, oh, look at that, it's continuing down, that is. Trouble is, if you take trades like this, you've got to take them away from the EMA. And that's the bit I don't like doing. Okay, so we've gone from the top here. There's our first proper swing. What's the ATR? ATR is quite high. US credit rating went down from AAA to A. Right, okay, yeah, I thought as much. You're probably not the only country. I think most of the bloody world's probably had the same sort of problem. Trouble is, it makes borrowing more expensive, doesn't it? That's the problem. The thing is, COVID did so much financial damage to everyone, every country. I know in the UK here, I went into work in the morning and I remember looking at the news the night before and Boris Johnson said, I've given you one order, one simple order, stay at home. Don't go out, don't go to work. So I went into work and then that was it. Everywhere shut. And everyone that was sent home was paid 80% of their wages by the government. And when they're getting no tax in and they're giving away 80% to half the population of the country at least. It comes with a price. You've got to get that back somehow. And of course, everyone's debt ceilings just went up. Yeah, it is. It's quite strong at the moment, isn't it? I took a trade here the other day. It was an uptrend, wasn't it? Do you remember? It was a beautiful second entry, but it didn't quite get to the EMA, and some liked it. I think most liked it, some didn't. I always used to wait for the EMA to take a trade, but I remember Max saying, no, the channel's more important. If it's a perfect second entry and it sits bearish right in the top of the channel, take it. Yes, if you did take that one on a triple test, that might be your one. Let's have a look. Yeah, I dare say some people took that trade. Look what happened. It triggered above, then dropped quickly, stopped them out. Bounced once, twice, three times. Unfortunately, in the wrong direction. So that even might be an area where in the future we could take trades. Trade the trap, especially as it triggers above. Put your stop one tick below there. It's clearly coming down anyway. And then obviously, by the time you do that, and that, you've got your money. This liquidity is slowly moving down and down. There's some down to 30 now. They're strong at 35, which is we're hitting now. And it's moving down and down. The lowest I can see, there is some at 20, which is down here somewhere. So we could, it may be down all the way today. Unfortunately, it's not even getting to this side of the channel, let alone the EMA. So at some point it will. Maybe. We may get a setup here. It's clearly made a new low. I'm not convinced that it's not going to continue down. Yeah, it's had a break of this channel, but there's quite likely to be touched here, touched here, touched here. So you could say that's confirmed. Mac had that like that or very similar to it. So it's clearly bearish. There's no argument there. So if we can get a decent setup, it's got to be up here though, unfortunately. I mean, there's the first entry. That's an inside bar though, nothing we could do about that. It is frustrating when we get this much movement down and no way in. Okay. Let me have a look. Right, I'm just going to change this for now. So I'm going to fade that out. And I'm going to darken this one. Because I think there is another channel there. And it fits just as nice there, in my opinion. Right from here. Touch. Touch. Let's have a look. Let me get rid of that for now. Just have a look. Where's this exact top? Mac had it right up here. There it is. Okay. So Mac had it there. So let's just... Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Let's put it there. See if this helps. That kind of works. I don't know. I'm a bit on the fence here now. I kind of like that, actually. I kind of like the angle it's working. We'll see anyway. Yeah, inside bar, nothing really. Didn't get close to it. Yeah, the reason I changed that is I just looked on the 10,000 tick chart, and with the exception of that, it fits kind of nice, which is why I've changed that. Now, granted, it may not be, but we have to sort of do our own thing. I mean, we've had a break and we've had a new low, and it just continues down. I'm not saying it's not going to push up, but I am aware that on a smaller channel, it may have broken out, so it might still be worth doing that. How I had it initially, which was about there, I think. Is that about right? The bottom's about the same. So okay, so there could be this one and a slightly larger one working down there. Interesting. Okay, there is a break of this. The bit I don't like is that, to me, looks like it's bottoming. And this is where I've got trapped before. So I'm just going to sit and watch this, even if it fits nice, because I've taken a short before and it comes down not quite to here and pushes up, and it's a bottoming pattern. So I am aware, depends on how you draw this, there is a break and a new low. So I just got to be extra cautious. Interesting. Yeah, so that's made sense to me. It does look like it's bottoming. So whether we'll push up maybe to here, or maybe we will start moving up, it's always possible. We could end up sort of, having a bit of a rally. Let's have a look at the bigger picture. Yeah, I mean, that's quite a lot down with stuff. It is feasible that we could have a good push up. So I like to sort of keep both options open. This one I originally had on, it fit so nice, top and bottom. We had a break from and a new low, and now we've just hit what looks to me like a bottoming pattern, and it's pushed up quite strongly. So it'd be interesting to see what happens if it gets up here now. Okay, a little bit of a break. Too high by the looks of things, but there is a little bit of resistance there, so see it here, so may struggle there. Yeah, so ordinarily Ordinarily, after a sort of a break and a new low, I'd keep me options open to go long, but I can't really at the moment because of been such a strong downtrend. We haven't made a new low, and we does look like it's bottoming, but it did there, and we pushed back up to this here and then come there. So it's hard at the moment. Could be one of those days without a trade again. Still got that very strong amount of liquidity around about 62 right up here. Right up here. Interesting. Okay, push up, break new high. See what happens here. Thought there might be a bit of a trap here. Just looking on the 10,000, it does look like there's sort of a bullish bar which is triggered, and it looks like it may come down and take this. Obviously, that one bar there are these, but we've had this bearish bar on here which is triggered, so it may just drop below there, below 30, down to these bottoms. So let's see what happens. Trouble is just no setup. Sod's law, if you jumped in here, it triggers you in, push up. Second entry short of the peak. That one there, you can't really take that one in all fairness, especially after this bottom in. It's just way too risky. We like to think it's come down, but what you got to keep in mind is on this smaller channel, we've had a break and a new low, and it does look like a bottoming pattern, so it may not come down. It's hard to say. If it breaks above here, say, then we may get a push up, or it may trigger some longs. Come down. You just got to be so careful. And if that ends up bearish, that's a fair old sized bar to go short on. Fortunately, it hasn't it? Got a feeling it's going to be one of those days. There is liquidity down here, so it could come down. The bit that's making me nervous is about that. It looks like it's bottoming to me, so it may trap some shorts here and push up. I just don't know. What's important to be aware of, that channel I had first, which fitted so nice, we've had a break and a new low, so that channel's played out. Now, I have drawn a bigger channel, which sort of fits, but who knows? It just makes it that little bit more risky. And this is just an area I'm not comfortable with going short at the moment. There's no setup for me there anyway. But there's mixed feelings here, and I can see that by 3 bars like that. You know, you'd expect to come down if it's a bigger channel, but if we've had a break about it and we've had it just might come up and might retest this area and then push up. I'm just not sure at the moment. I will say the overall it's been really bearish, but it could turn. And it might get through this and absolutely slash down. I mean, after that, there may have been some longs there thinking leg up. We've got a leg down, could have another leg down. It could absolutely come crashing straight through that, but I'm not confident. And there's no setup really there. Lower high, but that's no good. If we end up having a bullish bar form here and it triggers above, if that gets below there, see, I think it will have a good strong push down. There's liquidity down 32, so we haven't quite hit it yet. If we can get to this, if we can get below here, we may have a, looks like there's a leg and a leg. Trouble is there's no setup there, and it's still sitting on top of there, so you can see the area is clearly playing a part. That bar's finished there and this bar's pushed off it, so it's just hard to, you've just got to be careful. And this just looks like an area where there could be just, you can get trapped. We're all thinking short, and then all of a sudden it upturns, which it could do. We've all seen it. We've seen a really bearish day, and then the last couple of hours it just rockets up 40-50 points in quite a tight channel, so it can happen. Get a push up, triple test, get a short. Yeah, this is the type of area where triple tests were nice, push up once, twice, 3 times, and then we probably continue down. Yeah, because you want to be taking triple tests in the direction of the trend really, and the overall's clearly been down, but you might say there's that one area. If we can get a few more ticks of this sort of area here, I wouldn't call that. That's a one. If you can get another one and another one, then that would be a good reason for me to get short again. Trouble is, at the moment, it's prices is being held. That to me looks you might call it a bottoming pattern. A lot of the times where we have a break and we do this, that's where it starts to move off in the other direction. But it just might be an area that is struggling to get below. It might smash through it at some point. I thought if it can get below there, because there's probably going to be some longs there after this break and that. If it can get through there, then for me, down is the way. So there is now a failed second entry long. But this is making me nervous because price is clearly struggling to get below there. And if that ends up bearish, you ain't going to have but a point to get through there. And it might smash straight through it, but I can't take that. Because one, if that fails, people will go, why the hell did you go short into all that support? So it's just a big no-no that. And if that finishes bearish, you've got three back-to-back. You've got that there. It's just asking for trouble, this is. Doesn't mean it's not going to push through, but that's not a good place to take a short, really, especially with that. That's a tick off there. And as I say, it may come down, and if it gets below there, then I would say then I'd expect it to continue down a bit more. Beautiful analysis. So is that from me? Thank you, mate. Yeah, see, if I look to take a trade now, first thing that comes into my head is how do I explain if it loses? What's the explanation if it loses? Now, I can guarantee if that finished bearish and triggered and stopped me out and I post it and I say, why did I lose that trade? Straight away, the answer would be, why the hell did you go short into all that support? And we'd had a break, potentially a break from that channel. So I just try and think now, what are people going to say if I post it and it loses? And if I can't think of a reason to not take the trade, somebody told me that once, don't find a reason to take a trade, think of a reason to not take a trade. And it kind of makes sense. So it does look like now we're getting some sideways stuff. And usually when we get this type of thing, it's usually because there's some uncertainty. Are we going down again? Are we continuing on down? Or after this break, are we going up? So it's usually mixed feelings, isn't it? Oh, a bit too dark. Not much better, but... Okay, so we've touched it twice on the top. We've clearly touched it multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the bottom is clearly holding, which is enough reason not to go short, to not go short, sorry. Let's see what happens here. Usually I'd have finished, mate, because as I was a chef in my old days, I got a wife and daughter downstairs going to be sending me a message soon saying we're hungry, so I may finish in a bit. I usually do till about 5:30 UK time, which is about this now. But with us having such a nice momentum down, it makes trade choice a little bit easier that I'm looking for shorts. So sometimes I'll come back for a bit later in the evening, but I think, in all fairness, 3.5 hours of traded is enough, actually. But what I will say, and I'm going to plug this guy now. Last time I plugged someone, said, why did you send someone to someone else's channel? I'm not sending anybody to anybody's channel, but what I'm saying is this guy, in my opinion, deserves a lot of credit because he done off, put the hours in, Black. Is it Black Bay? I'm pretty sure it's Black Bay. Just make sure I get it right. Yeah. Let's have a look. Black Bay Trading. I forget his name. I've spoken with him once or twice before. This guy trades for about 7 hours a day. So, fact. It is. I'm sure it's Black Bay, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's Black Bay Trading. He's a nice lad. I've spoken to him a little bit on. He used to have comments on his stream. He doesn't now, but he doesn't speak or anything. But I see his time, and sometimes I'm finished in the evening and I've had my dinner and I'm sitting down watching the telly and he's still trading. So Black Bay Trading, his name is. So shout out to him. That's the type of commitment you need. Let me just have a little look. What did he do yesterday? Okay, he averages over 6 hours a day, so that's commitment, that is. Used to be a chef. Oh, did you really? Saw this way out. I work 4 a.m. to 1 a.m. Battlefield Industrial Park, so I practice every day. Battlefield Industrial Park, we got one of those. Where are you from, Thomas? Battlefield Industrial Park, we got one of them. So I practice every day, yeah. No, I left school and went to college for 2 years and worked in I did a placement then. I started working in a 4-star hotel, castle actually, an old castle. In fact, I was about to go abroad and work until I met my wife. Oswestry. See, you're just up the road. We must have spoken before. So, Battlefield Industrial Park, that's in Shrewsbury, you're thinking, are you? Thomas Payne. Oswestry, you're like 18 miles up the road from me. You was a pizza chef, does that count? Absolutely, mate. I'm a pizza fanatic. Yeah, okay, so you're just up the road, you either side of town, Battlefield. I got you. Yeah, you're just up the road. Small world, isn't it? I had it. You were from the States for some reason. Yeah, Oswestry, we're almost neighbours. Oh, brilliant. Oh, good for you, mate. Yeah, I worked at Rounton Castle. Rounton Castle Hotel. I worked out there for 2 years. We're going back 20 years. Yeah, I was head chef at Bar 7, which was sort of a nightclub in Shrewsbury. I worked in a bunch of places, but yeah. Small world. Small world. Pizza chef, absolutely. I love my pizzas. In fact, I make them at home sometimes. We bought one of those round pizza stones for the barbecue. Good to know there's another trade. Yeah, absolutely. There are a bunch of us here. There's a guy in Malpass, which, as you know, is just past Whitchurch. There's a bunch of around the UK. There's a couple of guys in the West Midlands. There's a couple in London. Yeah, we are out there. We're surrounded most of the time by the Yanks, but we are out there. Yeah, I think it's mostly US guys, I think, that are here. Obviously, US being a lot bigger than we are. So, just quickly, my thoughts on that was correct. It looks like a bottoming pattern. We've come down. We've come down and retested it, and now we've pushed up. So we've had another break of this bigger channel. So we may now get a push up. It's possible. Guys, weird when you said Battlefield. I'm thinking we got one of them, and when you mentioned Oswestry, there you go. Battlefield Industrial Park. So I can practice every day. Excellent. Good for you, mate. That's the thing about this. You've got to do it. If you can do it every day, a few hours every day, yeah, you need to do it. I used to work in the day and then come back. Fortunately for us, you can sort of trade up until sort of 8:39 in the evening. So even if you've got a standard sort of 9 to 5 job, you can still get a few hours in. Right, I don't know what's going on here. We may have to try and readjust again. Trouble is, in fact, that still works. Touch. Let's get rid of that. Remove. Okay, so trouble is, where'd you stop? Keep adjusting. Touched here. It kind of still works that, but you've got to be careful going short. As we've had this couple of bounces, it may just need another run up and another bounce to go short. not the ideal place to go short right into that, see. So sometimes if you're not going short, the only other option is the longs, so the longs pushed up. Now we're close to where we've turned before. Now it might encourage some more shorts to get into the trade, and you could possibly say trading the breakout, but I'm not massively convinced. This is a range, really. We've touched a lot of the bottom. It's less of a range and more of just an area of support. I wouldn't say it's a range, really, because we've only really touched here once, so I wouldn't trade it as a failed breakout. But we are at this type of area where you'd be looking for shorts. But you've got to be careful, because we have bounced a few times. It could trigger you in and then just pop out. This is an area you can get into trouble. I don't like going short above the EMA. No, me neither. I mean, Mac does take him and he shorts him to the EMA, and you've certainly got enough points. But as we've had this bottom and we've retested it, it's hard to say. We could turn and push up for a time. It's possible. We often see these. Sometimes I'll go away, like now, finish, and I'll have a look later. I'll have a look at the chart, and all of a sudden we've sort of done that. You know what I mean? And finish more or less where we started. So it can do that. But obviously it depends what sort of moral damage losing, having your credit rating reduced does. It's obviously had an effect on the market. It had an effect on first thing, because obviously we gapped and we've been pushing down generally pretty strong ever since. But this bit's now we did something similar to here, didn't we? And we came back a couple of legs, and then we seemed to push through it okay. So we've bounced in a bit. It may be there's one leg up, a little bit of size, another leg up. So perhaps we are going to continue down. It runs into the low boundary of the low range. Yeah. So if we can get through the EMA, but yeah, if you look at that and then look at that, they're almost identical. You've got a bit of an area congestion where it's seems to be struggling to get through. We came up, dropped back, bounced a few times off it. We've done exactly the same there. One leg, two legs, and then all of a sudden down it came. So we've done the same. One leg, a little bit of sideways, two legs. So hopefully we may end up having that, and it will continue down. So, but you've just got to wait for a really good solid setup, because you can get trapped here. Yeah, in all fairness, I often see Mac there, just ride it back to the EMA. I tend to not do that. That's interesting. We've pushed up, pulled back, and had a bounce. Now, that is interesting. That's looking quite bullish all of a sudden, that is. So, let's fair to say that that is a channel. No argument there. We've had a break out of it. Interesting. Yeah, I like mine at the EMA, close to the EMA as I can. I hate riding it back to the EMA. I'm not confident in doing it, so I tend to avoid it. Same with picking tops. My top picking sometimes can be about 50-50, which is clearly not enough. Interesting. Look at that. Okay, so this may be an area. See, there is, right where it is now, there is some support there. So right where that is there, you can clearly see that along there, can't you? Touch twice there, touched a shitload of times here, and here, and here. So it may hold prices. That was a timely bounce. Was about to pull the trigger. Yeah, that's what I mean. You've got to wait for it to get through the EMA, really, to think about going low. But this, to me, there's a few alarm bells there, which has kept me out of getting short. So as you can see, look, prices are reacting to that, a bit of support there, and it's doing the same again. So it may get up, or it may not, or it may it's hit new high and then drop again. So this could possibly be an area for a triple test. Trouble is, if you've had our one test there, if we're getting the second and third here, I'm not a fan that we're out of here, so it's a bit hard to say at the moment. So I might knock up the edge in a minute. What I may start doing, because markets are so slow at the moment and my patience level's improved, I may start streaming a bit later. But what I may do is let the stream just run without me being here, but put back in an hour type thing. And do a lot of you guys continue on for another hour or two? Do you? I would watch, but wouldn't trade on my own. Just to check the charts, yeah. I may continue. I might do that tomorrow. Just leave me chart. I'm going short here after the red bar. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Break for lunch and come back. Yeah, I might start doing that actually. Just break. See, it's lunch for you. It's tea time here for me because we're about 5 to 8 hours ahead. So what I might start doing is just leaving me chart as it is. I might switch it on to just a sim just in case the dogs jump on the desk or something, and just leave it stream, and then I'll pop back after tea and continue. I might do that from tomorrow because at the moment markets are that quiet. People can still chat. Yeah, that's a good point actually. I might do that actually. I might just leave it on and nip off for an hour. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Yeah, I will keep it on. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. So what I'll do is I'll get rid of bookmap. I don't need that on for now. I can leave all that sort of stuff. I'm going to switch it on to a sim, and I'm going to put should I put back in 1 hour or something like that. Break for lunch back in 1 hour. I'll tell you what. Let's change this. Back in 1 hour. 1. Back in 1 hour. What I'll do as well is I'll put that here, right where I finished, so you guys know when I went from the hour. Probably no ideal there, but there we go. Okay. So can you see that, can you? Where is it now? Why is it coming up here? Why is that not coming back up? That's unusual. Oh, of course it's not on my bloody chart, is it? It's going to be on yours. Come on, leaves me marbles. Okay. I'll tell you what, back in 1 hour, let's say 1750, isn't it? Let's say 1850. 1850 UK time. Back in 1 hour. 18:50 UK time. Perfect. I don't need to get rid. I can get rid of that now. It's just going to annoy people. There you go. So I'll put it onto a sim, just in case. I don't like leaving it there with, you never know, bird flies in and lands on something. So let's leave that like that. That way you guys can chat amongst yourself, and I will be back in 1 hour. Take care. I'll see you soon. Actually, I've just thought if I don't touch the mouse, the screensaver is going to come on. So let me just disable the screensaver. Okay, it's been a while since I've done this. How do I disable the screen? How do I get the screensaver? I'll just right click on it. Let's have a look. Display settings, no personalization. Okay, here we go. Where are we? Where's the background? Lock, themes, font size. How do I get the screensaver on a PC? Anybody know? It's gone blank. Let's rearrange his. What are you saying? Let's rearrange his furniture. How do you rearrange my furniture? Oh, I see. I see what you mean. I'll find 12-year-olds and ask them. How do I do it? I can't think. I've gone blank. Hold on. It's got to be in settings, isn't it? Surely. Okay, systems, devices, phone, network, personalization. Okay, personalization. Let's have a look. Type screensaver in the search bar at the bottom. Okay, good thinking. Screensaver. Turn screensaver on or off. Found tubby dozy. There it is. Okay. Screensaver none. Okay. Power management. That's what I want as well. Otherwise, it's going to die off or something. Turn off display at 15 minutes. There we go. Never. Okay. Turn off display at 15 minutes. No. And the power, no. Save changes. Okay. High performance. Okay. That should be fine now. Turn off display. Never. Brilliant. Screensaver none. It's, yeah. I was more worried about the screen just going into what's in mode. Okay, so that's fine. So let's just change my time. Back in 5 minutes because I've just. What time is it now? So let's say 55. Okay. There we go. We're all good, I think. Okay, right. I'll be back in an hour. Enjoy. Okay, I'm back. I've got my dinner with me. So there is a few. Oh, there's a few left. Okay, so let's have a look. We do seem like we may be pushing up here. So maybe there is a spike and a channel. Let's have a look. Okay. Now, the only trouble is there is going to be a little bit of resistance up there, so let's have a look. Welcome back. Thanks, Sam. Sorry, mate. I'm going to start streaming a little bit later because obviously market conditions, there's not a lot of trades around. I just had nothing all day, see, so I thought I might as well come back for another hour or so, so let's switch that back on. Yeah.
Order submitted.
It's coming up. Yeah, I hate the way it does that. It does that sometimes. It goes orange. I don't quite know why.
Order canceled.
Okay, there's a spike. It does look like possibly a spike and channel there. Obviously, there's this spike, and it's working at the tops at the moment. So it's more than the typical 3-hour day you do. Do you still want and need to trade today? Well, good stuff about thanks. Well, I've taken nothing today. There's been no trades today. Now, there could be a bit of a push. Now, there was a time where I felt like I'd had enough, but enough of trading for the day. But I feel quite fine and I'm quite happy to sit back and have a look. It'd be nice to get a trade today. I'm not going to force one, but it'd be nice to get one. So sometimes when things die down a bit, it does go off in a direction. So we'll see. Just going to check something here. Don't quite know why. It's just YouTube is not receiving enough. For some strange reason, my download speed is 888 megabits per second. My upload speed is 1 megabit per second. I don't quite know why. That's unusual. Let's try again. Yeah, my upload speed's dropped. I don't quite know why. Let me just check it again. Okay, download speed is 900 megabits per second. Upload speed is really low. I don't understand why. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to switch it on to... How do I change my latency? I don't know. I can I? Upload test error. Oh, dear me. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I don't quite know why. Let's try again quickly. Well, low speed is picking up. Still not what it should be. Is this any better or not? It's just dropping at the moment. Oh, crikey. Always something, isn't there?